say a couple things right quick. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, YouTube. Welcome to the space. We are live and we are considering what the implications of closing the house are. There's a lot going on. I have my old friend Nona here, so she and I are going to chop it up, and you'll get a chance to catch up what I'm putting down. To answer your question, no, I do not think that it's time to close the house, but perhaps it's time to go into an interseason session. I've been counting these seasons by numbers, and what we have been experiencing would be season four. So even though this was not my original plan, some exigent circumstances have come up that make it a bittersweet but reasonable idea to just take a pause for the cause, get back into the lab, and then come back season five, maybe 30, 45 days from now, and relaunch with a new season and some new energy. Care to hear the story? Or should we go straight to solution focusedness?
Well, if you want to vent for a second, I mean,
You are so sweet.
I got a few minutes.
So kind. But please understand, this is the morning show. This is for everybody who's here. Morning show, no pressure. Totally understand. No, it's been interesting. It's been interesting. So, to make a short story long, when I started in January at the beginning of this season, is how I defined it. I was doing like produced content, so I would record a show and then I would go into the editing bay and I would like try to do what all the YouTubers are doing. I would try to come up with
Hmm.
like highly produced video, that had what would I call it? B-roll and soundscape. I would bring in, like B-roll or graphs or whatever, and I would get the sound whoosh. Like all the cool guys are doing it, so I wanted to do stuff like that too. But honestly, I'm too much of a perfectionist, and it would just take me weeks upon weeks. So when I first started, the intention was like every Sunday, kind of like what I was used to doing, without all of the extra accoutrement that I thought YouTube wanted. But it was just so long. Then it was like every 2 weeks. And then soon after that, it was like, okay, I'll do once a month. And it would take me literally that long to be satisfied with the edits, So that was a big problem. So what I did, and I pushed that through for maybe 45 days till about February, late February, I'd say. And then I had to stop. I was like burning out. I realized that there were too many bottlenecks. So I had to just step away from the house for a while. That was really a emotional crash out. I just didn't crash out on you guys. I just like took my marbles, if you will, went home. Never quit, just had to get away for a minute. What the download that came, to answer the question and try to move the story along, the download that came was the problem. The thing is, I kept on still doing live rooms. I just stopped producing content on YouTube. But content on YouTube is the business model. Clubhouse just happens to be the context where I get the live community, but we push that simulcast to YouTube. If anybody wants to see, I'm live streaming right now, so it's at Educator's House on YouTube. You can check it out. Um, so what did I do? I kept producing content, and then I got this download, maybe from God. I mean, I'm a Christian, so that's what I would say. And it was like, bro, you're producing content. Like, you're still doing live rooms. Why aren't you just posting it? So the download was, forget all that fancy shit, bro. You're a solopreneur. You're new at this. Just do a live stream. Just click record and do what you normally do in the room. So that's when everything changed. So I came back with a vengeance, and this was probably, what is this now? June? Okay, it's July, but let's say June, and then before June is May. So probably right around the beginning of May, I started this concept called Homeroom Morning Show. And so I started actually producing lives Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. So 4 days a week, I was up here pushing out live content. The homeroom, what you're experiencing now, is kind of what you would experience if you were in the classroom. It's a little more organic. We have a few business items, but, it's not really depressed. It's bringing the community together to have organic flow. And if something comes up and we digress, no big deal. It's homeroom. So I would use homeroom as sort of the testing ground to prepare myself for Sunday. So, for example, and then I'll yield back if you have anything to offer. Let's say just this last Sunday, I had a guy on. His moniker here is Black to Glory, and he has done some novel research as it relates to what I will call the neuro imperative to culture. And he was the featured speaker in response to my criticism, who's to blame. So I know you haven't been around. I'll offer you a little bit of context. I The model that I've been working through these live streams are deep dive multi-part series. So rather than pick a different topic every week, I pick one topic for like 4 or 5 weeks, and I'll do like deep dive shit, and I'll go deep off into it. You were around when I did the diversity, equity, and inclusion thing, right? So think of it like that. Um, so I was doing these multi parts, and the topic was screen time and child development. So the first one that I did was like the neurochemistry of the brain. And then I had a licensed clinical social worker come on, and she talked about like the mental health aspect of screens and how it affects their resilience, their emotional stability and capacity, all that kind of stuff, right? So we did that. Then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I would lead up to what was coming on Sunday. So the following week, I had Ernest Sawanga. I know you know who she is. She and I were talking about the platforms and their impact on kids over time. So Monday's homeroom, I talked about Coco Melon. Then Wednesday's homeroom, I talked about Roblox. And then Friday's homeroom, I talked about TikTok. And then on Sunday, we did the live and kind of brought it all together, right? So that's been the running model. Similar to what happened just this last week. So Monday, the topic of the week was who's to blame for this issue of screen times and how they're negatively affecting our kids. So Monday, I did blame big tech. They're designing these things. Why are they designing them to be so addictive? But the conclusion was, I mean, they're in business. Find a need and fill it. Then Wednesday, we did blame the parents. Mom, get off your TikTok while your kid's trying to figure out how to swing by themselves and you're sitting under the tree, not paying attention to your baby. So we got into all that, but it was nice and complicated. So we couldn't really put all the blame on the parents. And then my third on Friday was blame the politicians. You guys don't have no regulation. Trump's big beautiful bill says even less regulation than we initially thought. Blame the politicians for not regulating this environment. And that politicians could include anyone from a national level down to the school board. And the fact that some schools, shout out, are saying no cell phones in the school. Others say use the cell phones. It's 2021. There's a school in Texas that doesn't even have teachers because all the instruction is happening by AI. So whoever the regulator is, they can get the blame. So anyway, that was the model, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we do the morning show. It's kind of chill, but we're kind of leading up to the Sunday, and then Sunday would still be our standard full formal conference. First takes, featured speaker, moderated discussion afterward, type shit. So that was the model, Nona. I don't know if that made sense, but that's kind of the story.
Oh, yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good model. And I think when it comes to uh Clubhouse, from the few times that I have been engaging on the app, it feels like um Clubhouse is waning a little bit in terms of just viewership overall.
Hmm.
Not viewership, but usership overall.
Sure.
And it's kind of like a network. If the network goes down, if people stop watching the network as a general theme, then there's going to be fewer viewers for each individual show. It doesn't mean that the individual shows are bad. It just means there's fewer viewership overall, and then therefore the viewership for each of the shows is going to seem to go down. And then you could kind of feel like, oh, well, my show must not be doing good because I got fewer people, but there are just fewer people watching the network just all together. So
That's a
that could be the issue.
yeah.
The the other issue is that people are just in other spaces, like they're on YouTube is still huge. Um, And then you've got your lives on other channels like Instagram Live. You've got LinkedIn Live. Um, I don't use Twitter just for political boycotting purposes.
Sure.
But that's me personally. But you've got Instagram Live, you've got YouTube Live, you've got a whole bunch of other networks to hone in on. And if the Sunday rooms are still the mainstay, I would maybe just stick to the Sunday rooms and rebuild from there because you don't want to lose your
All momentum.
you don't want to lose all momentum altogether.
Yeah, I'll jump in
But you
here. Um, so a couple things come up. Yes, I think that you've got something there. In particular, I'm going to meet you up. In particular, as it relates to the other platforms and this platform, we've evolved. Yeah, I don't know how much you're on the app, but a lot of the inner app dynamics have changed. With the DMs and the back channels and the way we do emojis. So there's been a lot of evolution on the app, and during change, people are not comfortable with change. So I think you have something there. And among all the other platforms that you mentioned, there have been two major direct competitors to Clubhouse that have been spinoffs of Clubhouse, which include Fanbase and Chatter. And even though neither one of those platforms are necessarily fire, Clubhouse ain't that fire either. So I think all of that is that network dilution effect that you were talking about. I warmly receive your idea about Sundays, to be honest with you. I am here to process that. And so there are a few people whose advice I know, like, and trust to help me figure this out. But all of this is very much in real time. I'm pretty sure Carla was here when I took my verbal lashing. As a matter of fact, Carla was part of the beatdown. I felt like I was in a gang getting jumped in or jumped out, or jumped in for sure, And so my community with whom I love poured into me. I'll do a quick thing, Carla, and then I'd love to hear your thoughts. And RJ, if you want to come up, I'd love to hear your take as well. Um, what do I say? So the way, just for your context, Nona, the way that this thing played out, and to God be the glory, because he's so good, right? God is so good. It's wild. And the moral of this story is going to be growing pain still hurts, but it's worth it, right? So I'll put that as the tagline for this little monologue. But I ran the room, as I mentioned, the guy with the neuroculture thing, and to a large degree, it was probably one of my favorite rooms. At least one of my favorite rooms of this season, because he's a great character. He had some novel research, and it just lined up with what we were talking about and offered a reasonable solution. Maybe not achievable, but certainly a reasonable solution to the problem that I had. Because I'm trying to blame every fucking body. Like, protect our kids, all you adults, including me. We're all accountable. We have to own that we really have messed up our kids. And he came up with something that was like, well, here's an antidote. I would call it an antidote. Anyway, since I started Nona, anytime that I have made a call to action, people have stepped up. At least one person, right? Maybe Bernie sits in the room, watches the whole experience, has a good time, and when I do the call to action, hey, Hassan's on a mission. I have a public launch campaign. Would you please make a contribution to our mission? And I will put up the PayPal link. Somebody would contribute. Well, on this particular day, the day that my heart was like, oh, this is a great show, nobody made a contribution, and I got in my feelings. And so I went on I went on YouTube Live, and I did a total rant, and I'm like crashing out on YouTube because I'm frustrated, right? So that happened on Sunday. And then on Monday, I got into the room, Carla, Atlas, and a few others. It was a small room at the time. And so I had this debate. Do I run directly into the next topic? Buckle up, Buttercup. This is the ride that you decided to get on. You want to be a YouTuber? you got to give it 18 months of runway before anybody even gives a damn. Like why you bitching and moaning now when this is what you signed up for, right? So part of me was like, how do I say? Just keep swimming. This is not a very big deal. So what? Nobody didn't give you $50. Like you will be okay. You know what you're doing. Keep going. Option one. Option two was take a moment and reflect. What am I doing wrong? Step back and hear from the community, right? So that was option two. Well, we ended up going with option two, and Atlas had a plenty to say, in addition to a lot of people that I know, like, and trust. So it turned into like a pouring in session. So in the midst of my bitch and moan, right, me licking wounds and feeling some type of way, here comes my community of beloved folks saying, "Well, Hassan, have you considered this? Do you have what's up with your newsletter? What's up with your workflow? Well, you can improve here, you can improve there." So they gave me this like overabundance of great advice, and I gotta spit out the bones and chew on the meat. But for the most part, I'm sitting here literally with like over 20 pages of notes and ideas and bullet points. I mean, it's wild work how much the community responded to my call to action. This isn't the appropriate analogy, but when somebody says that they want to hurt themselves, it's not that they want to hurt themselves. They just want some attention. They just need some loving. And the community came around and like poured in. It was really fantastic. That happened, Nona, literally on Monday, like 48 hours ago. So, in the midst of me trying to process all of that data and information, not only that, but a friend of mine named Carmen, she poured into me. I have another friend of mine. He's actually my cousin named Michael Henderson. He poured into me. So, like, people who don't even come to the house started pouring in. It was like, hey, so it told me that I have something and the community is responsive. But, anyway, so there was all that. And so that brings us here to today. And the question on the table, even though I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek, a little bit clickbaitish, maybe this is the time to do an intercession, an interseason. I'm on season 4. Take some downtime, process all this. Like, take what they said very seriously. Take 30 days, 45 days, get my stuff together, and then come back for season 5. So that's the major consideration here. Let me pass this mic along. Carla was here first, and then RJ, and we'll kind of pass it down the stage. So Carla, hey sis. I'm still dressing some wounds from Monday, ma'am, dear. Mic is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad Miss Cleo
Miss
here.
Cleo's
Thank you, sis. I
here.
wasn't feeling the love. Oh, thank you, darling. Um, I don't know that I have much to say because I'm in listening mode, so that
Sure.
um, yeah, I'm cautious to say. I will say this. You summed it up really well, Hassan, and I'm glad you realize it's all in love. And I know sometimes um, change can be daunting,
Right.
but change is necessary. And as you're driving the car from California to Maine, and you find that the road that you mapped out on the GPS has a lot of traffic, or there's been an accident and you need to take a detour, that's not always a bad thing. You
Facts.
can sit in the traffic and just wait it out, or you can reroute. And I think this is part of change management, and the rerouting season will always happen, no matter how good you get, no matter what it is you're doing. There will always be a time that you have to prepare for what's next. And I think that you're learning. And because you're committed, because you have a heart for it, because you believe God has called you to it, then the rerouting is just part of the process.
Mm.
It's not a oops, I missed, oops, I failed, oops, I remember we started saying you start messy, you correct as you go.
Yeah.
Had someone pour into me and said, if the inventor of the cell phone, whether you're Android or iPhone, waited until they had it perfect, they would never launch. How many versions of the iPhone has there been? How many versions of the Android? And they will continue to evolve because they will learn something and they will shift.
Yeah.
And that is okay.
That's a
I
great
think you're doing okay, Hassan.
It's a great analogy, and you're absolutely right.
And
That was the
and
first
Hassan,
word. Start messy. I had to get comfortable with that. Go ahead, Nona, and then I'll see if RJ wants to
yeah,
jump in.
because I may have to hop off because I gotta fix breakfast for my nieces, so I will have to hop off.
That's great.
But I absolutely agree with Carla. And my 2 cents is if you um decide to take the 30 days, I think if you decide to take a pure 30 days, um, or pure 45 days, if that's gonna be the best route, then go ahead. But the caveat that I would um throw out there is I belong to a group called Toastmasters, right?
That's where we met.
And yeah, we met in Toastmasters,
Yep.
and so there's a young man in Toastmasters that doesn't do Toastmasters all the time, but when he does do it, he calls it the sandbox.
Mm.
And so what he'll do is he'll take these extended breaks from Toastmasters to just do life, um, work a job, raise a family, yada yada yada. Um, and then he'll come back to a meeting or something, and he'll play in this what he calls playing the sandbox. So he'll come and he'll give a speech, or he'll come and he'll do a pitch, or he'll whatever. So
Right.
my caveat to you is maybe as you're taking the 45 days reboot or 30 days reboot, have sort of a Sunday sandbox.
Hmm.
You
It's a
know,
cute title.
it doesn't have to be every Sunday. Maybe it's every other Sunday. Maybe it's every third Sunday.
Hmm.
And have your Sunday sandbox and come in and say, "Hey guys, I've been in the lab and I've been tinkering with this, or I've been coming up with that. What do you think?"
Sure.
And then go back to your hiatus and work in your lab, and then 2, 3 more Sundays in, do a Sunday sandbox. Um, and then that way you don't go off of Clubhouse entirely, and you don't run the risk of losing your following on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, you are taking that hiatus, you are taking that time to just work in the lab, and you are also taking that time to have mental health and not stress out.
Yeah, that's actually really good advice.
Yes.
But
So
honestly,
that
I don't think I can stay away that long. I think I still want to do my Sunday rooms, even if they're far less organic, far less structured, rather. So
well,
I don't
that's
know.
what I
We'll see how it
mean.
goes.
You would
But
still
yeah,
you would still do your Sunday rooms, but maybe it wouldn't be every single week. Maybe it'd
right.
be every other week.
Yeah, and I have another intention that I've been meaning to get on. Miss Cleo, if you want to jump in, I can allow you to jump the line for sure.
I didn't even know I was off a mic, to be honest. One, I don't have a lot of time, but I'll let Nona finish. My apologies.
No, I was just saying, yeah. So I'm saying that to say, so son, don't end the Sunday room. Like, still do your Sunday room. Maybe not do it every week. Maybe do it every other week,
Mm,
and then that way you can keep the momentum of your Sunday rooms. You can still be on Clubhouse, But then you can also take that necessary
Right.
mental break, you know, work in the tool shop kind of thing. And if you wanna borrow the title Sunday Sandbox for the Sunday Room for the next, 30, 45 days until figure out what you're really gonna do. So that's what I was just saying. I was just saying that would be a good way to keep the Sunday Room and keep the momentum while also taking what could be, like Carla said, and your other, friends and family have said, um, a good semi hiatus for your mental health and for, just retooling whatever you gotta retool. So
Yeah.
I was just throwing in
Okay.
that caveat. That's all.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it. RJ. Oh shoot, Black to Glory is in the building. He was part of the pain, but let me invite him up. RJ, you want to jump in, or Miss Cleo? I'm gonna let you
Can
guys figure it out.
I
Yeah, you don't have a lot of
RJ?
time.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time. You know what's
Yeah, I
happening.
know what it
So
is.
I'm sorry, RJ. Are you okay if I just jump in? It really feeds off of
Go
what
ahead, Miss.
Nona was saying.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
he's
Miss Leo.
quite gracious. Go ahead, Miss Cleo.
I do appreciate that. I don't want to come to tears, but thank you. Want to make sure I get that out.
For sure, I
In
got you.
terms of what Nona was saying, I even kind of brought that up about keeping a bit of this going. And as she was talking, as Carla was talking, I know like your faith is really important to you. A big part of Lent, and you can Lent anytime. Most people don't know the 40 days is actually it skips Sundays. I don't think most people know that. So like if you count it out, that 40 days is like 40 days plus
Mm.
because Sundays aren't actually counted, right? So I was thinking, and the number 40 in the Bible has a lot of significance, right? Oh, shit. Miss my exit. Mm-mm-mm.
Sorry.
God, no, you good. God got me. It's another way. I'm just gonna take the way I'm not as familiar with,
Yeah.
which is good. So like Carla said, detours aren't bad things, right?
Was just
So
thinking that, Miss Cleo.
I just I'm in a real moment detour that I didn't plan for. So but that's cool because there is another way to go to get where I'm going.
So funny.
Wow, I didn't expect that to happen so quickly.
Did you
So
hear that, Hassan?
I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. God got a whole got a whole poetry going on our lives right
he
now.
he he, he surely does. Because I
Right.
looked up, I said that's a left exit, and I'm in not the left lane, so
Too
that's
funny.
not gonna happen. It's cool. I miss a beat. We gonna keep
Yeah, and
going. Um,
that 40 days of Lent doesn't include Sundays, Miss Cleo.
right.
I knew that too.
Yeah, yeah. And so a lot of people don't know, Kassan probably does, but I thought of it because I do think if you're thinking 30, 45, go with 40, skip your Sundays, count what that is out, and let God be part of what's guiding you
Mm.
in what's happening here, right?
Look
You
at
know what
Miss
I mean? Don't
Cleo.
lose. I
That's
don't
good.
talk about my faith a lot on this app because people attack your faith a lot, and I ain't giving Satan no room for that. So, but I felt very called to make sure I said this because it
Mm.
was really sitting with me since last time. So I really think you do what you want, right?
For sure.
I'm all into people, self actualization, all that shit. But consider 40 days, not including Sundays. Map that out. Look at where it puts you in whatever day you start,
Mm-hmm.
and be in a mode of fasting as well as you're in here. We're
Mm.
telling you a lot of stuff, but fasting in this time I think would be very helpful. And there's
Yes,
so many
Lord.
different ways to fast,
I
right?
agree.
You don't just necessarily fast from what you a lot of times people fast from what they abstain from. But one of my most powerful fasts that I ever did was what I poured in as well. And so, like I fasted from like all secular music for lit one year,
Mm.
and I intentionally started finding like faith-based music that really spoke to my soul during that time. So it was kind of dual. So that's kind of think about like a 40 days of fasting,
Mm.
with Sundays as your kind of um,
Yeah, I think you fall.
from the
Okay.
day, but at least Educators House Clubhouse, that being your day that you do come back and commune. Because I do think one of the most powerful things is being with good company, people who will guide you and help you on this journey that God has put in your life to help you and support you. So I think that's all my mind can really get going right now.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I think I might have supposed to take that exit
Okay.
as
You know
well.
what? You
Huh.
go on mute. I'm gonna move this mic
I love
around.
y'all.
Love you too, Miss Cleo.
I love
Love you,
y'all,
girly.
and I'll see y'all soon.
All right, for sure. RJ, Dr. Jen, let's go with RJ first, and then we'll kind of mosey on down. Go ahead, RJ. Any thoughts?
Brother Hassan.
My brother
Man,
RJ.
look, so some things I'll probably ping you in the back room to say, but I think that you've been getting gold so far
Agreed.
because I agree with many of the things that have been said so far,
Yeah.
and I would even share with some of the things because one, consistency is the magic,
Right.
and it's one of the reasons why even some of the let's use some of our church leaders and some of how some folks run their churches. July, July is a big time that pastors of their churches take breaks,
Facts.
and so and big time period, and so and our teachers are taking breaks, and people are taking breaks. Don't be ashamed of that. I love no what's it Nona idea about the sandbox and just shrink your time to whatever's the most popular day for the educator's house. If it's Sunday, there's nothing wrong with you're gonna shrink it down to for the month of July is it's the Saturdays or
Hmm.
and then it gives our teachers a chance to come in with some strong supportive ideas before school begins to kick off in August, September,
Mm.
or in Georgia it kicks off in August. Um, you it gives you a chance throughout the week to re-strategize, to plan out, and you don't have to figure this thing out on your own. There's mentors, there's coaches.
Yeah.
Um, take
They're on the stage
time
right
to
now.
yeah, take time to look at decide who you want this group to be. Is Educated House a non for profit? Is it a business with a purpose?
Mm.
And you got to begin to consider who you are as an overall group. Because here's the advantage you have. Remember the day that you thought about, hey, I should have a group called Educators House, and it was nothing.
Yep.
And right now you have more than one person. One person outside of yourself is in here listening to you.
Facts.
That's success, brother. So sometimes we beat ourselves up because it's like somebody who just decided to open up a church yesterday and mad because they got 10 members, but they want to be Cleflo Dollars or something. I don't know. I'm
Hmm.
just throwing out a big pastor's name, but the point is everybody want to be TD Jakes, and they just started yesterday. When no matter what church or anybody or what organization, Martin Luther King, it doesn't matter what movement you begin, it always starts with a couple people first, and then it catches wind. Right now, you in the beginning. Jesus, he recruited 2, 3 people first, got to 12, and then talked to 5,000.
Right.
You got to remember, don't beat yourself up. Just try to always be better than yesterday. Like right now, what you're doing is humbling because you go into the community asking for input. Now the community is probably suggesting, hey, take advantage of biblical mapping of 40 days, take chances like other folks and take a small break, keep the sandbox open. I do love the sandbox idea because you don't want to lose the people who are showing up because I've seen other clubhouse rooms that once they stop having a rhythm, they just lose everybody.
Sure.
So you don't want that. But what you do want to have is some consistency. But you need a moment for yourself to. Now I'm going to talk contemplative. You need to get into your quiet space. You need to be able to talk to some people. You need to figure out what is the mission that you have for Educators House, and maybe you already have it written down. And if you don't have it written down, maybe it's time to work with yourself or maybe a few other people to ask yourself, what are you really trying to do here? And it'll grow on its own. And but don't shut the room down. Just pull back the number of days. Maybe it's only a Sunday and a Wednesday. Maybe it's just certain things. But also keep in mind, school is kicking off, and so your educators will be going back into the classroom, and so everything is going to start shifting again.
Right.
And so you got to remember, your house runs in seasons: the spring, the fall break, they all these other times. So listen to these folks, but take advantage of July. Me personally, I would just be like, keep July open and maybe use it as the workshop to get ideas of or find out what is the biggest issues that educators are having, and then your educators house 2.0 will be reborn.
Mm. I love that, and I appreciate it. Black and Atlas, I hope you guys can hang around because I got some choice words for you fellas. But I'm gonna pass it to Dr. Jen first. Hey, Doc, glad you came through. I'd love to hear your voice.
Hey, it's good to be here. I can tell you this, your title was quite effective because it got me jumping. It worked. It did the job. So I'm not going to take much time because Miss Cleo and everybody that's spoken has, you know, said exactly what I was going to say to you. Um, for me, I would just wrap it up this way. I mean, I know you're a man of God, and you know the plans that He has for you. And sometimes we have to step away and, quote unquote, the metaphorical closet of prayer and just get calm, get peaceful, get quiet, and so we can hear the direction. We can hear those whispers that are coming our way.
Yeah.
You know what you need to do. It's just a matter of getting, and maybe just taking a little bit of a break from all the different rooms and just to take that time for you, because I know, I mean, I have to do that. We all have to do that. But as far as I think it was RJ said, I mean, and everybody, of course, in the room agrees. This room, we need you. We need you. Um, education needs you. So obviously, and one thing that I heard you say though, when somebody was saying take Sundays off, I think it was Nona talking about the playground, which is a great idea. However, I would say this: I heard you say that you don't want to, stop doing the Sunday rooms. You just maybe they'll be less structured, and I think that's awesome.
Mm.
I love it being organic. You don't always have to be so structured because you can go in and just be here and let it flow, and people are it's going to go where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wrap up singing this. I will be praying for you. Remember that the majority of people, they have their own things they're trying to launch. So I would encourage you that, the lack of, re- people, sending in funds or what have you, not discourage you. I know it's difficult. We all, a lot of us have ministries, like, because this is really a ministry. I mean,
Correct.
at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm going to wrap up and just say that I appreciate you. This house is important, and everything that's already been said, I concur completely.
Ashe, ashe, ashe.
And
Yes,
and
brother.
before you get to yelling at Atlas and back to
That's funny.
um yeah, I'm about to hop off so I can go fix my nieces their breakfast. Yeah, but like I said, I love Miss Cleo's idea of the 40 days, because Lent is 40 days minus Sundays.
Mm.
And you already said, that you don't want to skip Sundays. So I think Miss Cleo's idea of the 40 days, minus the Sundays, and if and that in July would be the perfect time to do it, like RJ said.
Yeah.
If you start your 40 days minus Sunday, now on what is this, July 2nd, um, you could get those 40 days minus Sundays in the month of July, first part of August, and then
640.
and then you'll be back on schedule when your following is back on schedule because
Yeah.
teachers are
Getting back.
back in the classroom in that late August, mid to late August through Labor Day, September, depending on what school district you're in. Here on the East Coast, in the DMV, most teachers go back like around Labor Day. But there are other districts that are in school, mid to late July. So if you did that whole, we call it Selah in our church, because Selah is just the Hebrew word for pause. So if you did your, July Selah, 40 days, um, 40 days minus Sundays, now you'll be right back on track for August, September when your people are back in gear anyway.
I was looking at the schedule, and if my calculations are correct, I would do each week at 6 days. So that'd be six times approximately seven. So one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So that would be Sunday would be the week of August 17th, which is pretty much like the last Sunday before in service for most teachers, because that's probably going to be the last week of August. Or maybe I'm
Well, as
tripping.
they say,
Yeah.
look at God,
Anyway,
right?
look at God.
So
Um,
it's all it's even lining up with the calendar.
Yeah, it's quite interesting how this is how it's looking. But anyway, I know different. It doesn't matter. I see the pattern, and I think there's something there. I think I want to give first off greetings to Kwa and Nazi. Thanks for coming, but this might get a little bit messy. Because Black and Atlas were definitely the two. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. I felt like I was getting jumped in by the gang. And they did not hold back no bars. And I certainly appreciate. I appreciate this. What I don't even know what to call it. This beat down with us with feather-filled heart shaped pillows or something. So anyway, to the context, Black and Atlas. The replays are on, so I'm not going to do a full recap. But what happened on Monday was genius. Made me terribly uncomfortable, but it caused me to start thinking differently, and that's what this whole thing is about. You two gentlemen, along with really everybody, pretty much everybody who was on the stage was there, pouring into me during my cry for help, was much appreciated. And it was a signal that something here is going right and the community is being responsive to me as a human, but also to improve the house. And that's what I was trying to do to the school system when I used to work for the school system. You see how that turned out. So the fact that you guys are here to improve the house, no matter how uncomfortable it makes the homeowner feel, is I stand in deep gratitude for that. So I just want to lay that part out. With that being said, what do you guys think? I'll just offer some concepts, but I'm sure you guys will take it whatever damn direction you want. One idea that I have pitched before you guys came into the room was, quit bitching and moaning, just keep swimming. You'll figure it out as you go. Take your time, do that. The other option was take what they're saying seriously, get your newsletter together, identify clearly where's the pain point, what do they want, how can I provide them what they want, all the things that I heard in terms of like the critical aspect of what it means to service clients. Take 30, 45 days, figure that out, like get super clear. That's what Black to Glory and Atlas will, really talked about. I don't want to give too much credit to Atlas because, we go too far back, but I'll say Black to Glory was like, clarify, bro, get extra, extra, extra clear and then stand on 10 and you will be amazed how good that is for business. And I received that quite warmly. So that was just 48 hours ago. And here we are Wednesday. I knew it. I didn't want to not open a room, because as RJ said, consistency is key and king up in here. But I thought, rather than ignore it or receive it, let's do another room about it. And so that's what I'm present to here. So with that being said, Black and Black, I'll offer it to you if you have anything to say, or maybe you're just in listen only, which is totally fine.
All right. All righty.
All right, here we go. Round two. Jeez Louise.
Had a good break. Crack my knuckles. Getting ready to take this swing at you
Yeah,
again.
yeah, I'm picking that up. I feel like Mike Tyson beating up that young white boy. I'm gonna make it look good, but boy, I'm tired. These knees. Go ahead, Black. I'm sorry.
um, you have to think of it as energy, right?
Yeah,
Oh no, I got a bad idea. Me as a DJ, I did I've been DJing throwing parties for a while, and so you get into event planning. One thing becomes very important is that you have to kind of somewhat concentrate your energy to keep your parties going.
right.
And so if you want to throw a party every week, the party's going to run down very quickly because people get used to your party being available. If you did it like every day of the week, and
Yeah,
people are like, I go tomorrow, I go the next day, because they know it's always there,
sure.
which is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. It plays against you to a degree. So you're fighting yourself. Your Mondays are fighting your Tuesdays, fighting your Thursdays, fighting your Wednesdays. It's fighting yourself. So you say, okay, I'll do it 3 days a week. We're still kind of doing the same thing. That level of high frequency gets people saying that you're always available.
Right.
It's even if the party's great, but it's always available. So then they go into variety mode. It's what humans do. But then you go to 1 day a week and they say, oh, now I got to really make a choice. Do I want to go here or I want to go to some other event? Because a harder choice, assuming that the party's still good, you got to make a choice. Then you say, I'm going to do it every 2 weeks. Now you almost lock people in and they say, well, he only does it every 2 weeks. It's always a good time. I'm going because they don't want to wait another 2 weeks. So you want to find the right frequency to do things. That's extremely important just from how human beings are, just your own energy, things like that, because that's really important. The thing I said last, whatever, I guess it's 48 hours ago. I lose track of time.
Yeah.
Which still applies. Focus like crazy, figure out what it is. One thing I would say is that your target audience is larger than educators. So timing things around school, I think it's larger than educators. Especially when you started going Super Saiyan on us last week, a few days ago, with the passion that me and Atlas got all tingly inside about. Because it came out and it was like, oh, there it is. And for me, it was like, once I heard it come out and Atlas pull it out of you, it was like, all right, got it. Here's what I would think he should do. But it all came flowing out of my head, because it's once you figure out the why,
Yeah.
then it comes into the how.
Right.
And the when. And the when I just explained a second ago. The how, it's just, all right, what exactly am I doing? You've already ready, fire, aim. So keep firing, but you could reduce your rate of fire. Unless there's I only heard part of it, unless there's some type of mental health issue or something that's actually there, or you feeling burnt out, that's different.
Right.
But if not, you got to keep it going, because consistency is the king when it comes to content creation. And once you fall off, it's not always like that. If you have very, very high content, high quality content, your consistency doesn't have to be as high, as long as it's quasi consistent and people can predict when you're likely going to drop something. That's fine.
Yeah.
You could almost think of like a Mr. Beast or something, even if you don't watch his stuff. But usually people on YouTube know who he is as one of the biggest content creators in the world. And he even says it, when he actually cut down on his frequency, it got better. He actually started getting more views. So consistency, while it's always king, there's always caveats to everything when you get into the details. So very, very high quality content trumps high frequency. So it all depends. That's why I said you have a lot of leverage you can pull to do what it is you want to do, but that becomes after you kind of find your why. Yeah. It doesn't mean you have to stop. A lot of people just start doing stuff and they're building the plane as they're going down the runway. That's just the nature of how because you can't stop in analysis paralysis and think about everything and not move. That's what most people do.
Right. And there's some things I just can't know until I get there,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. The other half just starts moving, but they never do anything. And stuff just organically, they hope it organically happens, but unfortunately, that ain't the best route either, because 80% of businesses or endeavors fail for a reason.
Right.
And there's a multitude of reasons in there, but being in business long enough, I can see what most of them are. And they generally start in this beginning phase where people do stuff for a long time and they're consistent, but it never takes off. That's because they didn't. You have to, as a combination of research and just going, because you need to just go because you don't overanalyze, but you need to do some research so because you can figure out what's happening better because you all the shoulders of giants. You don't have to figure it out on your own. The path to marketing is cookie cutter. It only looks different because it's a different skin. This is the educator's house skin, so it looks different, but underneath the surface, you pull it back, it's the same marketing techniques, it's the same process, everything's the same.
Yeah.
You just got to do what works for the goal. The why is going to be slightly different, but everyone's why still follows the same pattern. Why they're doing it, who they're talking to, all that goes in the same direction. You just got to figure that out. So, just what is it you're trying to do? Stick back that why. You can pull back the frequency for sure because you have a very high quality room, at least here on Clubhouse. And, I would not go the other route of just being free and loose because I understand how much energy it takes to organize something, but that is a part of your unique selling position. One of the reasons I come in here is because it's so I know that is a part of your consistency. I know he's going to pass the mic around. I know it's not going to be no craziness in there. He got a room full of smart people. Everyone, we can get in here and get off mic and talk and freely kind of after this, but I know like that conversation I can get in, say my piece. He's going to allow me that time. I don't have to fight for the mic. No one's going to sit there hogging the mic. There's never any drama. Like that's the reason I show up all the time. You go to freestyle mode. I mean, you still may have something similar, but you know how people can personality types start hogging mics and stuff like that without realizing it. So that structure is really good because that's a part of consistency. So it's not just frequency that's consistent, but the formatting that's consistent. So all those got to be taken into account. But the main thing I said last week or a few days ago, you got to find that why. Now that you've kind of done both, you're doing your research and you got your experience, find the why. We'll figure out the how, and then you take off from there because it's going to be about growth. But it's all about growing as rapidly as you can because you say you can't be here. You want to make some money. You don't want to go back to the classroom. Those are really strong whys. Now we just move forward with it.
Yeah, I'll say this. I was talking to someone else who helped me understand, at least for the YouTube audience, that consistency doesn't necessarily mean going live. And so I have a ton of content that I have recorded that I've never published on YouTube. And so he was like, just repurpose some of that stuff, man. And you can still stay on schedule, even if you're not doing the lives here. So there's that. The other thing that came up, if you notice, I'm stalling before I pass it to Atlas. I have this quadrant concept that that came to mind as you were speaking, so if you're good at, if you took a geometry class, my x-axis has on the one side faith, and on the other side fear, and then my y-axis has on the upside logic and on the bottom side passion, and I'm kind of trying to navigate where I fit in these quadrants. So that was an image that came up to me, so I appreciate that.
Got it.
Okay, Atlas. Oh shit. What? Okay, let me start with this and then I'll pass you the mic. Fuck. You were right, sir. You were right. I didn't want to hear it, but you were right. And with that, I yield.
Well, that's not news.
That is not news. No.
What was I right about is the question.
All of it. Damn it. What were you right about? You were right about the fact that I didn't want to hear it. You were right about the issue of the schedule. You were right about the issue of the newsletter. You were right about, as was mentioned by other speakers, that there's something here worth taking seriously. You were right about this balance between passion project and business and the difference between them. You were right about a lot, and you were right about the fact that it was going to hurt. And so, yeah, you were right, sir. As he laughs.
I am laughing.
Diabolical, this guy.
But 100%. You have no idea how often I am in this position, or some version of Jay. I should have did it the way you said. I know. So you ready to do it that way now?
Yeah. Substack, here I come.
That's right. I mean, okay. So you have to. Okay. I try to tell people, and you know what's really funny is that some people pay me and still don't do it too. So it's just wild to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is, but to what Black said, the the process is the same. Let me give you the process. Every business, by every I mean all is inclusionary, excludes no one. This is the exact same process. There is no business that does anything different than this, and they do it in this order. First of all, they attract new people. Number one. Number two, they invite those new people closer. Closer to them in some way, shape, or form.
I got you. I'm
And
writing this
then
down.
they track, but ultimately get those people that they're inviting. They're focused on the ones that say yes. They ignore the ones that say no.
Mm.
In fact, they get so good that they're trying to drive most people to no, is what they try to do. And then those that are left that say yes, they show them something that they show, rephrase, they show them one thing. Okay, and they get them and after they show them that one thing, they follow up to make sure that, hey, let's go ahead and get that started in some way, shape, or form. So it's like a follow-up, and then it's an enroll process. And then you know what happens right after they enroll, before they even delivered service, you know what they do? They have the audacity to say, hey, can you introduce me to 5 more people just like you? How dare they? And people do that. That's amazing. And when that happens, the whole cycle starts over, because those 5 people, guess what they are? New.
The new people. Yeah.
And then it happens again, and over and over and over again. Now, the method that is used, which is what Black was referring to, how that goes, that's what's different. Now, here's the fun part for today. Yeah, here's the fun part for you and for everyone listening. He or she who educates their market dominates their market. Period. It's a principle of reciprocity. You are an educator. There are probably adults now, because you've been doing it a while, that remember you. Period.
Yeah.
Because, hey, I would have failed that class, but for San, I would have failed it. I might not have graduated. I might not have this. All those types of things, and that's because you poured into them. That's but they will do almost anything for you. All you got to do is ask. All you have to do is ask. Hear what I just said. But you don't have anything to ask them to do. What would you want them to do? You have the built-in everything. You have all of the, what's it called, ingredients. You just need the recipe.
Yeah.
And it's not even that hard to pull together. You just have to pull one recipe together. Every time I hear you talk, you're trying to pull the entire Thanksgiving dinner together. And right now, I just want you to make a Happy Meal. I really do. Because that Happy Meal you're going to ride that Happy Meal for a long time until you can bring on the other people who can help make it an entire menu, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
And that's hard to do. Don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes the more educated you are, the harder this is to understand. Because it sounds too simple. It can't be that simple, but it is. But it can't be, but it is. And that's the thing. It's hard to let this be as simple as it is. Now, should you take a break? No. You should double down, because Black is 1,000% right regarding your audience is not educators. The fact that they go on and off school, fine. Okay, whatever. No. You got to work when they sleep. When they rest, you work. Especially right now. You got to earn. You want some time off? Cool. Earn it. There ain't no paid time off here. Let's go earn it. And the way you earn it is by building assets. That's all Black has been saying, and I have been saying, in just various different forms. An asset for you is a system that collects names and emails. So it's been 48 hours. because now you're getting the real Jay
Oh
right here.
shit, here we
Okay.
go. Email.
Four, yeah,
All right.
48 hours ago,
Yep.
we had 13 pages of notes.
I'm
How
up
many
to
of those things have
23
you?
now. Say it again.
Okay. How many of those things have you actually implemented in the last 48 hours? Okay, cool, 0. Now, why not? Because everything stays the same until something comes into existence. You are trying to give birth.
Right.
The embryo doesn't stay the same from hour to hour, let alone day to day. But there's no observable evidence that says you grew. Yes, you know more. Wonderful. A lot of people know more. I can't do anything with that. I can't refer, hey, do you know who's not? No, I can't do anything with that. See, that's part of my frustration sometimes. If you, do you know how many people I myself could put you in front of?
Hmm.
But the problem is if I did that, especially right now, you would crash.
Yeah, with flop.
Literally.
For sure.
And I can't do that. So I was like, well, he's got to have these things in place. That's the same. That's why I was asking Fabian. Because I'm like, because I know exactly what you need. Because it hasn't changed. But you just got to do these things. So that's why I was saying Substack. That's why I'm still mad at Substack. But guess what I just did before I came here? I not only sent my email for this morning, but I have them for the rest of until Sunday. Already typed, already done, already sent out with the links. It's just done. Because he or she who educates their market dominates it. And this you already know. And that's what makes this so easy. Education is marketing. That's what makes this so easy. Once I figured that out, I'm like, oh, you mean all I got to do is teach people stuff? They're going to like me and follow, and then eventually say, you know what? If he invites me to something, I'm going to show up. Oh, cool. Great. I can do that. Because email is darn near free. Well, actually, with Substack, it is free. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. I will say this, though. In the last 48 hours, I did start a Claude account. So there's that.
Excellent. Did you type anything in it other than your name?
No. It has no training on me just yet. So the thing was, and I'm going to pass it to Qua, but the thing was, I basically, and I didn't even do it because I took your advice in air quotes, but I ended up breaking my ChatGPT. Like, it's totally hallucinating. It's lost its freaking mind. So I was like, okay, maybe Atlas was right again. Let me start over on Claude, and I will slow roll the training process. So I have reviewed the documents that she sent, in particular the YouTube piece. And my intention is to say, hey, Claude, nice to meet you, and give it context, because my ChatGPT had a whole bunch of context. There was a lot that was already assumed in our conversations. So I had a certain level of acceleration, but now with Claude, it gives me a chance to, approach it fresh. And so I'm excited about what may come up. So that's where I'm at with that. Let me push it down. Okay, thanks. I'll push it to.
Did you actually say maybe? Maybe? I knew what I was talking. Maybe. Black, did you hear this? Don't spell. Help him out. Somebody Google me. So
Google me, bitch. Let me pass it to Qua, Nazi. You guys have been ultra patient, and I appreciate you guys. I'm not sure, pour in whatever came up for you. Qua, I'll pass it to you if you've got something to share. The mic is yours, sir.
If there's background noise, it's because I'm out. But I feel like I missed some context. I'm not sure if you are just taking a hiatus from Clubhouse or you're thinking about shutting down the educator space.
I'm not shutting it
One
down,
thing I will say
for the
is
record.
Okay. One thing I will say, although I haven't been able to attend as much as I'd like because of schedule changes, you're the reason I come to Clubhouse at all.
Wow.
So I know I, for one, will be back. I have not found a space, not only...
Hold on a second, Qua. I'm interrupting you on purpose.
Yeah.
Have you given Husan your email anywhere?
Oh, my gosh.
Given him my email? No, I have not.
I know you haven't. I was just proving my point.
Go ahead, Quad. Let me put this man
Okay,
on
wait,
mute.
I missed something. I missed
That was an
something.
inside joke. Don't let him throw you off. I apologize on
So
his behalf.
actually, he might. He, I think I know where he's going. He actually might have a point to prove because what I was going to say, I found it so valuable that I know even though I can't attend as often as I like, no matter where you are, I will participate or partake in whatever content you produce. I know that for certain.
Yeah.
So if there is a newsletter I didn't know about, I guess to his point, that actually does make sense.
Yeah, there
But
isn't.
I value it a lot. Okay. I will say he talked about what is it? Stackhouse was it?
Substack.
Was it Substack? Excuse me. I use a platform called Swell. It's it's basically 5 minute audio posts or 15 minute, depending how long you've been there. They might give you like extra time,
Hmm.
and you could just kind of record your thoughts almost as an audio blog that people can respond to. Now it's not a permanent like. I don't think you're gonna get a lot of traffic there. But if during those 40 days or whatever you want a place just to kind of collect your thoughts and like at a whim just have a place to hold them to feel like you're being productive and maybe pull that content for later or have some people um, listen to what you have to say in the meantime as you're putting the rest of your stuff together. I like that platform a lot. I
Hmm.
use it pretty often.
Cool. What's it called again?
Swell.
Swell. Swell. All right. I'm gonna write that down as
Yep.
well.
So, in the spirit of taking action, do me a favor, click the link that's in the chat. Go ahead and put your email address there. Nazi, Black, Dr. Mel, if y'all could do the same. That's Hussein's Substack or Substack.
Atlas.
We're going to be working on this, and that way we can say he got more people on his list today, now,
Than ever in my
then
entire life.
exactly. Thank you. That's it right there. I found the link because I remember when he sent it to me, and I was like, cool. So yeah, it's right there. Go ahead. So now we can have 5 people on your list. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
making this too hard. I know. You're like,
I
it's
am.
not perfect yet. But it looks so bad right now. I got it. You're going to do it messy.
Yeah.
Messy is fine. You know why messy is fine?
Hmm.
Because of what he just said. I will follow you anywhere. Bro, I did 80, my first 80 podcasts. I'm over 600 now. At 80 podcasts had audio issues because I didn't know there was an echo
Hmm.
because nobody told me. But someone in my audience said, and I quote, man, I really love your stuff and I keep listening even though this echo has been here every time. I don't miss an episode. Can you please hire an editor or somebody to fix it? Someone in the audience had to tell me that.
Hmm.
But 80 backwards messed up episodes that are still published, by the way. Go back and fix them. If the content's great, they'll do what's necessary, even when it's ugly.
Nazi. Let me copy this link. I'm gonna put it up in the marquee. I'd love to hear your voice, Nazi.
Hey, well, I'm just actually trying to learn from Atlas and Black too, because I have, my house is more particular to my field of educational diagnosticians, and I have a little different purpose, and I'm not as much in business model. I more want to do like nonprofit and um, kind of work and disseminate research information and move my field forward as part of my um, pursuit for my PhD as well.
Hmm.
So, but excuse me, what I find is too like comparing this clubhouse to a podcast is just a little bit different. Like I think there's a few things that you have to think about differently, and one is some people don't want you to know that they're listening or in the room. I guess that's why they have this feature now about the anonymous or
Hmm.
whatever. But they don't like being put on the spot. I mean, people like me and Qua, we're not like that. We like chatting and talking, but there are a lot of people who just freeze up, and if they feel like they're, especially in a academic platform, um, feel like they maybe are not smart enough to contribute or that kind of thing. But yeah, I do. By the way, Atlas, I did email Husan, and he does have my email, and I've asked him for his email, and I don't think, I don't know if we're all on this bandwagon of giving him constructive feedback, but I didn't get a response from that email, so I think he's just got a lot to keep up with, and that I can see
Yeah.
shows, but I do agree that having some type of place that's like a newsletter or an email, like Substack is great too. I'm on Substack and follow certain people on there. Kind of just brings it's like bringing everybody together in a community, making that community more cohesive. So yeah,
I want to.
I can see that.
Okay, now Substack. Now, Hassan. What you need to do is you need to follow her on Substack, see who she is following, and then contact them.
Yeah.
Oh no
Let me
no!
let me do
I
this.
don't
No,
Hold
have a
no,
on.
big Substack
Hold on,
following.
everybody.
no.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
Who
on,
is
everybody.
following?
Hold on. Moderator privilege. Give me a beat. Carla, I know, has a schedule conflict, and I want to make sure that I get her final words in before she has to get offline. So let's take a pause for the cause, yield to Carla, and then we can get back to cooking. Carla, if you're still around, the mic is yours.
Thanks. I'm going to just defer back to everyone. I've heard a lot. Some of it I agree with. Some of it I think works depending on who's working it. Um, I do process development, process improvement with organizations on how to go from your starting point to your ideal state. A lot of what I heard, it would be built into what your final product is called, which is called your roadmap. But how you execute it really depends on the culture of the business, the mindset of the people, their readiness to receive what it is that is necessary to take them to the next step. And the beauty of the roadmap is that you are able to work with them at their pace and pull out of them what their true why is, what their true purpose is, what their mission really is, who they want to touch, how they want to touch them, how do they know they've succeeded, and you build in what do you do, as Dr. Mel would say, to keep it and sustain it. So as a result, I'm hearing now, this becomes an ever living part of your organization as you're on your journey to your ideal state. You have wins along the way. You must recognize your wins and you must celebrate. There will be times you need to take detours, but detours are not failures. Um, so I'm going to close, Hassan, by saying I know how much this matters to you, not just this whole podcast but the deeper impact behind it, your why.
Yeah.
And I think you're in the middle of you're birthing something new, and with births, there's pain.
God.
But once you get past the birthing process and you hold the baby, you somehow don't remember all of the pain because it was worth it. And going forward, stillness, if you decide a pause, stillness can lead to acceleration when the stillness is taken at the right moment. Sometimes you don't get to take that time and you have to plan while you're in flight.
Right.
The pilot doesn't have to be able to say, hey, let's take a pause while we determine what we're going to do. The pilot's already planning as he's executing. Neither one are wrong. It's what is right for you, your business, your purpose, your time, your season. Even God calls us to pause at times to listen before we act. So if you're hearing the pause and you know it's coming from God, then hear him
Analyze what he's telling you and then prepare for acceleration because God is always preparing to take us to greater heights when he's called us to purpose. And I believe he's called you to purpose. So the acceleration will come. Stop measuring the acceleration. Even a plant has to take root. It's working beneath the surface ever before you see that first bud come up out of the ground. Right now, you're doing underground work, right? But you're trying to measure. I don't see what I want to see on top. But if you're feeding it the right nutrients, it's in good soil, you've got to trust that in season it will bloom, right? The people who are pouring into you, they believe in you. I think you know I believe in you. But most importantly, God believes in what he put in your DNA before you were ever born. Let him help you manifest it.
Carla.
I'll land.
Carla runs the lighthouse and she is shining the light. Preach on, preacher. I appreciate it. I'm going to respond. I genuinely appreciate it. I don't want to dismiss that. But Nazi, you brought up something that I just wanted to speak to, and then I can yield to the floor. I see Dr. Mel came up. I'm glad to have you here. This is what I like about Clubhouse because I know personally, and I also, you were probably around, Nazi, when I did my whole thing around Talking Tia. You know, it was like one of the very first ones that I kind of launched as like, okay, I want to do this as a business, and I just open up rooms. Teachers who speak up, they get the hammer. It is not wise for a teacher to speak truth to power. And so what I like about this app, for example, I can only assume that Anointed Steps' mother did not name her Anointed Steps, you know, and just as an example. What I love about Clubhouse is that, and the way that my model is working is that this app allows a person to be pseudo anonymous. You can make up any name and put up any avatar. And so when we have these conversations, I will call you whatever name you want. So you might be, you know, Miss Harper in the classroom, but over here on the app, you know, you decided to call yourself, you know, Carla. And so that gives our professional educators a certain level of anonymity. And because, as if you've ever seen what I do on YouTube, I'm the talking head, right? You see my face, but it runs like a radio show. So you hear voices. And so when I say Black to Glory, the mic is yours. That's your name, you know, so it creates this pseudo safe space for educators to speak courageously without necessarily putting their head above, you know, above the barrier to get sniped, if that makes sense. So that's precisely what I like. Now, if they call themselves Miss Harper and they be like, I hate my boss, I mean, I can't protect them from that. But I just wanted to acknowledge my deep understanding about why this particular platform and format, I think, is really a safe space for educators to be able to speak truth to power, and my face be the one, because I'm in the market, because I don't work for them anymore. You know, I work now for the market. And so I could host these courageous conversations and create space for people to speak into their real experience. So I just wanted to offer that. Dr. Mel, you're new to the stage. I'll pass it directly to you, and then perhaps we can open it up in case anyone else wants to jump in. But we are over time, so this might be a good time to land this plane, and I can yield if everyone's cool with that. Hey, Dr. Mel, if you're ready.
Hey, you guys.
Hey.
I was really here to get the masterclass that Atlas is providing on Mondays, Wednesdays, and hopefully he'll be here Friday. One thing that I wrote in the chat, Hassan, is I said you have to be comfortable in using your educator skills for your business. Don't separate what you've used for school success as a teacher and an educator from what you can do in your business.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Because those skills are still valuable. So, for example, as an educator, one thing I really was um, efficient in my calendar, keeping things straight. I color coded things. I had sticky notes for stuff. Like, I really was organized. And I had to be, especially when I taught middle school, right? Because you have seven classes that you have to teach, and they're on
Hmm.
different levels. And so I knew how to organize things and keep everything together and everything running like a well oiled machine with all
Sure.
these gears moving.
Yep.
I used that skill as a wife. And when I started to stay home, now at home, I have a wall and I call it the command center. And in the command center, I have everybody's calendar, especially when the kids were in middle school and high school. They had activities they had to go to. We had violin, we had football, we had a piano. My husband had things he was doing, I had things I was doing. So in the command center, I had what I'm saying is I used those same skills that were on my desk as a principal even at home. So
Hmm.
you have some things that you did to make your classroom run smoothly and effectively. Don't separate that because now you're moving into a new area in your life or a new season in your life. What did you use then that made you successful then? Still use it.
Right. I,
Comfortable with it. So use it.
I'll respond to that because I have some pushback and it might be revealing my own limited belief system. So, reflection on my reflection is welcome here. On the one hand, I think about the idea of systems versus flow. And you're right. I had well established routines and culture in my classroom that allowed it to work. To answer you directly, those systems I am employing in this live room, so this idea of like empowering others, the passing of the mic, the facilitation of dialogue and discussion, understanding. And I'm big on inquiry based learning, meaning I don't know all the answers. Let's figure it out together. Like that was my approach in the classroom, even though balancing the periodic table, like I know the fucking answers. I'm sorry to cuss, but I know the answers. But my approach is, let's discover this thing together. Oh, notice the pattern about these masses and how they, that sort of thing, right? So we figure it out together. So in terms of like how I manage the room and how I create this culture that is valuable, safe, and productive, I'm definitely using my teacher skills and talents here in this space. Where my pushback lives is my mindset as an educator, reflecting my own bias, is not serving me well as a businessman because I'm stuck in my fixed mindset is service oriented. It's just pour in. And as an educator, my check would just come. My mediocre as it may be, as long as I didn't have no fires and no fights in my classroom, my check would come. The quality of what happened in that classroom, that was my choice. And so the quality of what happens in this room is my choice and my talent, and I can lean in on that. But in terms of like the business, I'm not, you guys have heard it from the stage. I know some of you have honed in on this, but the apologetic way in which I ask for support versus demanding fair exchange, is a very different mindset. This idea of like, who is my target audience and how do I serve them is still not clear to me, because a job description was provided to me. I'm the chemistry teacher. And so I just fulfill the job description that management gave to me. Here, like I have a canvas, there's a landscape, and I can define for myself what those things are. And I'm having a hard time doing that, if that makes sense. So a lot of this for me, in terms of the talent of what's happening on the mic and what's happening right now in real time, yes, crystal clear. That part is solid. But what is a business? That part I don't know, because I've always been the surface guy. And most of us teachers, we pour. But here it's about building, and it's a different, I have to shift. So what I'm doing, and I'll yield to you, Atlas, what I'm doing now is deferring my thoughts to those who are success. You know, they say success begets success. If you want to be successful, do what successful people have done. So in the area where I need to grow, I'm looking at people like, you know, a Black to Glory or an Atlas and say, okay, they know, I don't know, and I don't damn trust, but I'm going to yield to their expertise and at least give what they're suggesting a try. So, you know, even the idea that the link to my Substack is up on the marquee, I would not have done that. I would not have even thought to do that. But now that he has modeled it for me, I'm like, oh, that wasn't too hard. Now I can do that too. You know, so that's sort of where I'm at with let me say that's my response to what you said. Atlas, did you want to, or Mel, you want to follow up, and then I'll go to Atlas?
Real quick, and then Atlas can have it.
Oh,
He got to take it. So even with that, Hassan, I heard I do, you do, we do in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard.
You know I'm good at it, Dr. Mel. We'd had a session like that.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Yeah.
And I had to say, okay, anyway, we're not going to talk about our session.
Right.
I do, you do, we do, right? So even with that, in the classroom as the teacher, you are sometimes the student.
Yeah.
Even still while you're facilitating. So remember that.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Dr. Anomaly, please follow my Substack. Go ahead, Atlas.
Oh, Jesus, did he just do that?
What did I do? Yes. Okay, that was good.
That is not hard.
That was good? Okay, good.
Yes. Remember what we said on Monday? You went from, hey, we just met, you want to get married? And all the way down to, hey, maybe what's your name?
Yeah.
That's the what's your name. That's the what's your name. Hey, since you're stopping by and might not be back. See, when you're producing content, especially live, you're always producing for the brand new person who you do not know. Always. Because they're the one you got to capture right then. Like I said, you got 8 seconds, maybe. You got to do it quick, and you got to do it often. TV is a really good example of this. You know when the show comes on, and when the show comes on, they tell you before the show is over. They tell you when the next one is. They tell you what segment is coming up next with the news, and they only tell you the bad news because they know that you're going to tune out for the good news. So I'm going to translate for you. So this is good to hear. I don't know what that I do we do thing is, but I think I can guess what that is. Because there is an equivalent for you, sir. Because there's something that you said, but you just haven't translated it yet. Because Dr. Mel is 100% right, and this is where I do a lot of work, is translating, taking a W-2 person and transforming their mindset into underseeing the opportunity. Because if you ask me, the purpose of education is to train you and I to recognize opportunity. The challenge is most of us only have been trained to recognize it spelled J-O-B. Also known as just over broke, but that's another story.
That's a fact, though.
So I'm going to train you to recognize opportunity. That's what you're missing fundamentally. And you are missing the belief system. See, the one thing teachers are great at is serving. You're good at it. But you just you have this disconnect to the value you create on the other end.
Right.
You don't even see it.
Let alone leverage it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right.
Like, hello? Yeah, no, you don't. And you feel guilty for doing so.
That too.
But and so what ends up happening is, if you change my child's life, what is that worth? There is no number.
Yeah.
But that is what you do. That's when, in fact, that's what I tell myself I'm doing, and because that is indeed what I'm doing every day. I'm getting up. I'm going to change somebody's life today. I don't know who. I don't know who, but I know that that's going to happen because that's what happens. The outcome is changed life. It's not, oh, cool, they have this new skill set or they can do this thing. Sales equals service. You have to learn to believe this. Sales equals service. In fact, I cannot, hear the boundary, I cannot serve you unless I sell you something. I can't. You don't go to a restaurant, sit down, and not pay for the food. They don't do that. And they don't feel guilty about it. They just ask you, "Hey, would you like some water?" No. Okay, cool. And when they say no, you don't. The wait. The server doesn't go cry. Oh my God, they didn't want any water. Okay. And even when you leave that horrible tip, they still don't. They still show up the next day. My point is, you've received and created value. This is why I tell everybody, all of us are investors. What you've been investing in pays a horrible return. And now what you're trying to figure out is, how else can I create value in the marketplace? Because that's what this game is about. How can you create value? That's number one. And then how can you scale that value? That's number two. That's all this is. This is just like a lemonade stand. Lemonade stands solve thirst. That's all they do. Whether you have 1 or 1,000 of them, that's systems in business. What you do. So, and here's the thing. You said you needed was it job description? I think it was. So I'm gonna tell you where you got your job description from. It's what we on this app often call purpose or mission. It's when you got all fired up. See, your job is to tell us what the job description is every time you open your mouth, because we don't know what your job description is until you tell us.
Right.
And when you told us, oh my God, Black and I couldn't sit still, because now, oh, wait, you didn't say that. You know how long I've known you, and that's the first time I heard something like that? I'm like, oh, well, this makes sense now. I got it. That's what I'm saying. But you have to tell us, because remember, we're the new person. Every time is the new person. I know it sounds crazy, but guess what? Can you finish the sentence? The best part of waking up.
These Folgers in my cup.
Exactly. And you can repeat that. Do you know how old that is?
Yeah, about as old as me. And I'm old.
It's 40 years old. The song rights to that were on sale, and I was going to try to buy it. That's how I know. That's because I looked it up. It's still to this day, the owner of the rights to just that jingle makes around 14 grand a year passively, because it's still played that often. But you remember it. That's how many times it's said. That's your job. Say the same thing repeatedly. And in this particular case, hopefully you can use technology to help you do it. Yeah. And that's what I've been saying to you. You have to have a home base. That's what Substack is. And you got to invite people over to your house every day. And you know why they're going to come? Because you're going to say, hey, the system is broken. That's what caught my attention. I cannot forget that.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what you said after that, to be honest. I literally do not. The system is broken. I instantly said, yes, it is. I agree. What we doing? You could have said, we ride at dawn. I'm like, okay, let's go.
Right.
I was in. But that's what's missing. When you open your mouth, when you have a video, when you send out a newsletter, the system is broken. Oh, okay. Yes. Some people don't know that. But others, many of us, do. And the fact that you are willing to say it, hey, we'll get behind it. Keep pushing. The system is broken. And then you know what? Black sends out he's at Starbucks, and he was like, hey, man, I was just reading this thing. Did you know the system was broken? And you know what's now easy? Do you realize what just happened? There's a link. And every person in this room can copy that link. And you know what they could do? They could post on their Facebook and say, hey, guys, the system is broken. This newsletter is going to help us fix it. And you know what just happened? You went from 5 to 35 people. That's today. See, the other challenge I have, that you have, is that you're used to getting paid every 2 weeks.
Right.
That's the problem. You're used to waiting. The marketplace never said you had to. There are many of us who are ready. Do you know this? Here's something that's going to flip you out. Do you know that there's somebody, if you just had enough exposure, who would right now purchase a $10,000 product from you today And the only reason they can't is because you haven't developed the product and they don't know you exist and you don't know them. But there's a person out there today. And so all we have to do is build this bridge one step at a time. The first step, that's why I couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, I can't wait for this man to put the link in the room. This is too easy. And because I know what you're thinking, but the logo's not done yet. Doesn't matter. You are the logo. You are the brand for now, and will be for a while. And people will be tolerant while you fix it. Keep promoting that logo or that link.
I will, and I'm gonna do my final call. It's 5:37. We're gonna land this plane. If someone has a pressing final word, I have room for that. But my write it Dawn call to action is to click on that link and just drop your email. It's not a big ask. I would appreciate your support. Clearly, there's a lot that I need to figure out. But if you have that feeling that there's something going on here, then drop an email and I would appreciate it. And I promise you, I will deliver because I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere, Qua. I ain't shutting this damn house down. I just got to bring in some architects and some day laborers, and we're going to get this house cleaned up nice and pretty for y'all. All right. Listen, guys, I certainly appreciate it. Once again, I will probably be back on Friday. I hope that I can get past this spanking and have my wounds well dressed. I have no idea what Friday's going to look like. I have no idea what Sunday.
Not probably, brother. We'll see you on Friday.
We'll see you on Friday.
I was dying not to say that.
Yeah, I will be here Friday. We will hold space, and as Dr. Jen said, it might be understructured, but we're here for it. And maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is the building of the business, and the community is actually helping me get this thing right. So if you're here for that part of the journey, then we will be here together. Finally, a clubhouse that matters. I love it, Kyle. What a great way to close this space. All right, guys, we got to shut it down at some point, and now is that time. So we're going to close it down. 5, find 5 people you can pour into. 4, we do this for the good of the group, so let somebody know that I exist. And now I have a Substack, so you can share the link. 3, this is a we thing, so thank you to my stage mates for pouring in. We don't have to disagree, but you guys have shown great decorum, and I appreciate it. 2, humble host, that's me, here to serve. If you got any ideas, clearly Atlas, Black to Glory, RJ, Carla, Qua, and Dr. Mel have some ideas to make me better.
Wait. Tell me, how many names are on your list right now?
I don't know.
It's been 0. It's more than 0, so I need to know.
How do I find out?
That's love it. Okay.
I don't know.
Better.
I don't know. When I click on the link, it just takes me to put my own email
in. You log in, use the password you remember, and click dashboard.
Yeah. Okay. I have to tell you later. I do.
That's fine.
I have a paper wallet.
Fine.
Yeah. So the passwords
I
aren't
know
easy.
it's more than 0.
It's more than 0. Yeah. And if you haven't done it, do it now because I'm about to shut this room down. I'm shutting this room down in 1. You're the one. Obviously, you're the reason that I'm here, and there's a reason why you're still here. So take care of yourself. I'm going to take care of this house, and by the time I see you on Friday, I will at least have the floor swept, and we can build from there. All right, guys. Appreciate you. And I'm out. All right. We did that. One final thought, please set a private room. Group chat, people you trust. I don't recommend you expose this to the general audience.